Hello, hello. How's everyone doing? So top steps down? Was that the word? All right. Over this pivot today? I don't know, man. It's been pretty solid. I just don't know. I mean, if we can get over this 767 area, rotate up to but it's a big. This has been pretty heavy resistance. Good hold so far off of value. But $7.72. How did you come up with the target on that? From what, like 10th or 12th? Still willing to take. Nah, actually. But they're in. These Russell rotations are odd. What tweet? Sorry, I just got on. I've had this pivot for weeks. I'm just going off. Oh, I don't know. Yeah, let's see what Russell does. I don't know. I'm not convinced. Or did I just delete? POC shift on NQ. This will be our test here on if we can get over this pivot or not with Russell pushing. I feel like we hit our heads push into this 507 hard. We can just like drift through without that seller that I think is there. Be a pretty good day. I don't know, we'll see. I think it'll really be dependent on that. Because we've got a lot of room if we can get through this. Yeah, and like I said before, if you look at this is a bottom of balance, upper balance. We can get through this 60 to 760 to 767. So we'll just get through this and actually show it as supportive. Got room up to 89 to 90, 95 area. But I'm gonna need to see a lot more. A little look above is nothing other than a trap to then look us back down and then give us a really nice short. I'm afraid, this is what I'm afraid of. I'm afraid that this comes up into here. This is our look above on us. And then we do. See what happens. I mean, read through the written explanations first, and then we can go from there. Not fair to everyone else for me to have to right? So I would like you to have a basic understanding of how the indicators work before you start talking about it. But I'd be more than happy to do it after that. I've done pretty significant write-ups for each and every one of them in the indicator descriptions. And we also have video content for each and every one of them. So, again, just like do your part, doing the bare minimum of reading through and having a basic understanding, and then then I'd be more than happy to help. But it's going to be very hard for me to go over them. Don't have yeah, no problem. All right, this is a big old test here on Russell. If it keeps pushing, then we keep going. This is where I'm watching to see. I think as long as like 290, 300 is holding on NQ, good. But if that flips, watching to see in higher lows here. I feel like if 290, 300 doesn't hold on our bid, then come back down to this. Which honestly, I feel like we probably should. I mean, just for structure, but we're very clearly holding higher lows. Just 20-point pop and then push. Willing to look at. Offer sitting at 315. 300 bids still holding. This is where we start to watch to see what happens on RTY or reversion zone. Can hold here now. Yellow box. I'm interested. Situation move. This gets back below. That happens. See if this 2900 can hold or if we'll flip. I'll have to look on NQ. I just took off my first risk on NQ from 300 for 20 points. That was the first trade that I found today that seemed decent. Let me look. I mean, that's. I mean, I don't. 2400. 400. Right. Got a lot of work to do. Yeah, I mean, if we can show interest over our highs, sure. Am I missing something? Where's that line coming? See it on Globex. Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, so yeah, my point remains. Need to first take out size. I mean, if Russell continues to fall like this and show weakness, I just don't see an explanation other than people wanting their target to go to their fib or their random line that they have on their chart for like an ego play. I just don't understand the argument. Like, the market doesn't show interest. Like, look, but regardless, we've made 20 points so far off of 300. We'll see what happens. I'll play trend until trend stops playing. No? But if we start to slow down like we are right now, I lose a lot of faith. 55 seconds till new 15s. New 15s. Hold a POC from previous candle so far on an NQ. Yes, much weaker. With POC being above us, those highs. NQ at least lows. We're watching Russell to get back above. Still holding our pivot on NQ at that 300 to 290, but if we can't break these lower highs, flip it. Argument made anymore. Fire absorbed pretty was absorbed pretty clearly into like 317. There's a seller who's getting absorbed down here into this 300 still. I like this as our pivot, but if we flip this 300 and the offer steps down and the bid can't get us back above, it just looks like it'll be a pretty solid rotation down to so retest that structure where the daily PO. We'll see. Again, I think it'll be very dependent on what happens on RTY here, because those look worse structurally for me based off of here. NQ still looks fine trend wise. So Kevin. Strategy from I just hate slow ones. Yeah, no, I totally am. That's why I'm like, but it's like I have to play it, right? But like I'm not happy about it, so sizing wise I'm down. But I'm just playing off of where I expect bounces to occur until then. 10 points risk. Right. Oops. The hell just happened? What? So like for me, like I just played this. Okay. Just we're like expecting that bounce to be right into our 300, 290. Playing this dip, and then we're looking for the station up, taking some profit off. Like as long as this is holding, I'm happy with this. But if this flips below and then this offers, right? Like if this comes resistance instead, it's likely that positioning inside will most likely end up here. And then we can look for like a bid 75-ish. But I'm just not convinced. But like I'll play like the little bounce because now this trade is free, right? Taken off enough off of that, but I don't know. Like I said before, we were expecting this to be where we absorbed. It's just about like what happens into pivot. And this now hold is supportive because if it can, that's huge, right? We then have a ton of room to rotate up, but we need to show that as like we need to show this retest a bit more secure. And we can see that like our value edge is shifting up here. It's like our value on the data profile. And like if we can hold this and not get back below it, amazing. Then we have room to rotate. And like I'm way more convinced. But right now we're following my exact pathing, which is what I thought was going to happen on Russell, which is this is going to fail, and we were going to rotate down off of this. That's why I'm worried, is because my bearish pathing is playing so far. So we'll see. But if we can hold this as a supportive pivot instead of it becoming a resistance where we just trap above, Like, we have room to this VPOC here at 92. That's the play, right? If this can hold as supportive, go to 92 on ES. But we'll see what happens. And the whole idea behind this is that we play this value, right? We just entered back into this value. We're now trying to flip it as supportive on retest. So if we can hold this value low to POC of this balance that was up here, then we should then be able to rotate up into this higher, the upper node, right? You know, hold this lower, we should be able to rotate up to this higher tail. But if this fails here and we don't see that bid, then all we've done is trap here, and then we'll rotate down off of it. So this is why it becomes a major pivot for me. That's the entire idea. Super important that we see like a very active bid step in here where the seller was taking in size before. But as long as we hold, right, again, we rotate up into this 90. You have like a 20-point trade on ES then. And hold. Any questions about that, or are we like on the same page? Get what I'm saying? Like this candle just sucks. Yes. Like, where would we even go? We'd just go back down to the 60. And we'd have to recover this value edge here at like 67, 66. Bid to actually be good. Like, this is what it feels like we're gonna do. Like, if this doesn't hold here immediately, we have to then come back down into this lower structure first, and then recover this as supportive for this to feel good, and then we bid off of this. Right, because we're building out this upper node here, and then we have this lower node here, and then there's not much in the way of like structure both in between areas. So to me, it feels like if we don't just immediately bounce here and then go, that we're going to have to build out these two separate nodes that are here are going to have to form a singular D before we can move on, right? these two separate nodes will have to become one singular node, most of our volume. And then we can go up off of it. That's how it feels when I see shit like this, where it's like, oh, okay, well, we lost momentum up into our highs. Okay, well, we're going to have to curl back first, figure out this structure up here before we can continue onward. Oh, later, Sparrow. So we'll see. This is why I'm worried though, right? Is like this last candle where we're holding POC as resistance into new 15s, Russell falling from where we thought it would, and it's heading down to our VWAP, right? That's why I'm worried. Because like we're following that downside path thing. But again, like as long as ES is holding here and we find support, we're not too worried. It's about this flip is when we have to be like, oh, okay, well, this we're no longer building out this upper distribution. But like I said before, like NQ looks fine. Like there's nothing to worry about yet on NQ. It's just the ES RTY divergence that has me a little. But like NQ wise, still holding POC. The value high of our previous candle. Our bid at 300 is still holding just fine. There's nothing to worry about, right? Like we're still very clearly like the difference between ES and NQ is that ES might be leading here and NQ is still very clearly building out a balanced node, right? We just haven't seen that need yet to go down further. It's very clearly willing to just kind of like bid and hold this structure here. And we'll have to see how they interact as we push into this. Is this still going to be absorbed or is this going to flip and then come down? It definitely could, right? We have no structure in between as well. So we have to see if ES is going to lead and do the same structural fix like we're getting on NQ. Definitely something we need to look for. But that's why I was worried as we were pushing. And again, like our target is this like 70-75 if we do, right? Because that would just fill this node in as well. You guys see what I mean when I talk about that, right? We have a node here, we have a node up here, and then to combine them, we would then need to come back into this structure and then create a singular node, right? These two little nodes would then develop out a full node, and then we'd build out this structure, and then we'd be able to go further. Yeah. So that's my whole thing is like when we see stuff like this where it feels a little toppy and we lose momentum, we usually start to see this curl over, and that curl over is just going to come back down to where demand is, right? Because if no one's willing to buy up here, then it's like, okay, well, where did we buy last, right? And then what is that going to look like structurally for us, and why does that make sense? Oh, it's like, oh, okay, well, we have this node up here, and we know that we can just put a fixed range on this, right? And we can then play this like, oh, okay, well, this is where we're going to be watching for that reoffer then. If buyers can't get us back above into this upper node, into this value area, right? Above this blue line to this red line, which is value loaded POC, from this look below into this LVN, right? That means that we're going to need to come down further and come back down to that target down here into 70s. And then from here, we have to decide, like, is this going to then bounce and then get recover? Or is this going to fail and then continue downward? I just don't have the answer. But I do know that this is where we should start to look. This is Russell into VWAP. This is ES into our target. This is NQ into our target. So look to see if we can find a bid here. This is like last chance for buyers. Try to recover this. If we can't do this, then we'll head down to 70s on NQ. And we'll look for the flip below 60s on ES, just like we have pathed. See what I mean? So let's see what happens. Need to recover this like 67, 68 on ES for this to feel good. But that'll be your first risk off for 3 points on ES. NQ holding our 90 to 300. We're watching to see what happens here. We can get this secondary move. That'll feel really great for us. If this fails, right, then we know that the seller is still here, and then we look for that flip back below 290. We want to see a clear higher low here from that bottom, that basing. See if we can hold this 300 now. "30-second chart for entry? If yes, there will be so many entry signals. Where? Why? What do you mean? I see one entry signal that has been profitable. I don't know what you mean. Like, what are you talking about? We had one entry signal here that offered 20 points and had no drawdown, and we just had another one right here that's offering 10 points or 20 points, depending if you're willing to play off of 90s or the rebid off of 300s that's offered 0 drawdown and profitable. I don't know what you mean by over trading. Everything that we've talked about has gone directly to plan. I'm out half here into value high. Everything that we just talked about structurally about the LVN, the recovery of this value low, the push back up into these highs is now played. Anything else is just a skill issue on your part. Good luck. I'm out 2/3 of my contracts here from 300. Just into top of range. We'll see if we can hold. Like, I don't know what you mean. I stopped out of my runners here after we got our 20 points. I then re-enter once we see the bid at 300s. I then exit into our high of value, and now I have runners for continuation. Like, where's the over trading? We got our exact move of where we thought Russell would go, where we thought our bid would come in at our VWAP after the flip. You got your short trade, you got your long, Now we're watching to see if we get continuation or there's going to be a range bound thing. I don't have the answer for you. We've already taken off risk. The trade is free. If Russell wants to continue downward, it's going to be very hard for ES and NQ. We'll see what happens. But again, we're just in runners now. We've taken 20 points. Nice job, Kos. No, my analysis is on 15-minute. The smaller time frames are just for entries. We're looking at this based off of our 15-minute footprint. That's how we create our levels. Everything is based off of order flow. And then it's just volume profile, structure-wise. And then we're looking to be able to get our entries based off of our 15 and 30-second charts because we're using the DOM. And we're using the smaller time frame charts as just a visual representation of what we're seeing on the DOM. That's all. I still am trading fully off of the DOM and footprint. I just have this on to show you visually what that looks like while we're in these areas. That is literally it. I am not a price action trader. The candle-based charts are just there as a visual aid for the things that we're talking about. I am not a candlestick trader. Oh. Into our next target here and NQ. Let's see if we can build at our value high. This is exactly what we want to see. We want to see where these sellers were taking insides and absorbing. Now flip to where the bid is being able to rest here at this 316, but our 330 is still holding offer. We want to basically now just see, can we hold here and then continue onwards, right? Can we hold our value high as supportive, or is this going to fail again and then need to rotate through first before we can continue onwards? I don't want to see that. But NQ has to keep pushing if ES has any chance, because Russell is not doing what we want it to do, right? What's happening right now on Russell is very important for the overall structure on the day. This is our daily POC trying to shift. But if this now holds as resistance here and we can't get back over, this VWAP and resistance holds, then we have more room to the downside to go, right? We come back down to our ETH high and our value low and our 30-second opening range, which makes sense, right? We're coming down to here. This 46 before, this 96 before we can continue onwards. So if that continues down, we shouldn't expect ES to run, right? Unless NQ is going to really start to push here. Because if we don't have NQ moving, and NQ is at our top of value here, and it's holding our resistance, then this becomes our high pivot, and then we're just going to rotate in between this zone and this zone until Russell finds a low, right? So we need NQ to like actually push here, or we rotate back down to our entry here at 300. Because it's a failure to shift value at our highs. And then we come back down into this, and then we figure out if we're going to find a bid here, and then we look for this to go supportive like so for a balanced play. So it is incredibly important that we see a really active bid step in here and then get us over 330. If we can't do that, we do another value rotation. Again, because like you have to here, this might be what I'm saying right now is that we need tech to push for the market to have any sort of like real movement, because we have utilities and we have oil, we have all of our energy names being very neutral to bearish here. XLE is our energy sector, XLP consumer staples, XLU utilities, right? Our discretionary real estate, all of the things. XLV is our healthcare, right? All of these things are very weak right now, and these are our major components of RTY. The things that we need to run are like XLK, right? We need these things. Our regionals are the only thing in Russell right now that are helping the market stay where it is. Like if these mid to small caps start to fail, we're going to have a really hard time with Russell movement, which is going to then, again, be really hard for ES to then get moved. So important that we start to see either tech start to really carry the market up, or we're going to have a mixed kind of choppy market until then. If we get over 30s, we should be in a good spot though. Holding POC of previous candle so far. Looks alright on NQ. But if Russell continues to reject, we're going to need the NQ to pop over that 30 and then go bid pretty quick for this to keep running, or all we're going to do is trap and then rotate this while we wait for Russell to come down here. Right, like we held where we needed to so far, but we need to show that energy above 30. or this is just where the offer will absorb into this high, and then we'll look for that rotation through. Another way to look at it that might be a bit more visually appealing. Show you the footprint on of it, of what I'm seeing. You see how we're kind of like creating structure, and that this high is still very clearly where the bid is getting absorbed, right? This high. So if there's still no interest above this, then I'm expecting that we're going to have to rotate back down into the guy here, into this into this 300, which is what we've been playing off of so far. So it's just like, okay, well, if there's no interest below, then we need to see what happens into this absorption that's occurring here. So this is fine here, where we're holding right now. This makes sense to me, right? This is where we need to see the bid to continue to absorb. And if we can hold here, then we should be able to then pop, and then we look for this hold above seller who's absorbing, where this bid is very active, trying to step up, but not being able to do anything with. If we can go off of that, then we should be able to go up. But let's say the worst case happens is that we continue to absorb here. If we see this offer step down, then we're going to be looking for this rotation to occur through our value back down to these lows, because we've then failed here again. All right, this is the idea, that we can very clearly see where where our two liquidity areas are, right? Our demand and supply. Does that make sense? So this is a 15-minute, right? And it's the same thing that I'm showing here. Is like, can we build here above value and eat this up and then pop and bid over this 30? Or is this going to fail, and is the offer going to lower, right? And as soon as we see that offer lower, then we expect that rotation back through. And until we then, if we find that bid that's active here, again, just like we did on our last attempt at 290 to 300, and this flip back up, then we can then look for the secondary buyer at 30s, take out these highs, and then we go on our way. So we just are unsure yet if this value area that we're building out, right, this deep distribution that is very clearly starting to form here, is going to be able to break out on this tail, or if it's going to rotate back through off of another failure. Because we know this is where they're absorbing, right? But we just don't know if we have secondary buyers that are going to take us higher or not. Yeah, there's a lot. But again, like if we can't get above that, doesn't really mean much. This 330, like we'll just rotate back down to that guy. Again, we don't want us to stall out up here on NQ, because we already know that the Russell is weak. And so if the Russell's weak and NQ is weak here, and we're not seeing that strong momentum continuation up here, that's when we run into issues, because the whole market stalls out, because then not even tech is carrying us, right? We need tech to continue running short term for this to make sense. Structurally, there's no real shift, right? We're still going up, the trend is up, we're just ranging right here, building out structure. That's fine. But do you want to hold your runners for a full rotation back down to your entry? That's the question. Right, because our entry's at this 300 still. But like that's where we're expecting if this fails up here to rotate down towards. So it's up to you to be like, oh, okay, well, like, is it worth me keeping, or should I be looking just for this rotation and then bid back over this 30? Because if we rotate over this 30, I think we get momentum. You just have to wait and see. I'm just not seeing any interest yet up here. But if we see the secondary buyer over 30s, secondary ES is still holding where it needs to, but above OC is trying to shift on the data profile. Big test here on Russell. If we can flip this and ES can hold where it is and NQ can get over this 30, then we go up. If this continues to fail, then there's no change in what we talked about, and then we'll look for a rotation down off of the lack of bid above. $30 till new 15s. New 15s opening now. Russell push to our VWAP and daily POC, holding his resistance so far. Let's see if we can hold higher lows. We'd really like to see this 67, 68 area on ES continue to maintain, as well as this like 310-ish on NQ, and then pop over 330 for continuation. If this fails, and again, we're just going to be watching for a rotation for a full push back down to our entry down at that 290, 300. So it's really important that we see a bid step in here, or again, just rotation through our already established value. The most sense. It is, again, incredibly important that we start to see interest over this 325, 330 area for any sort of upside. If we continue to fail there, then I just expect downside. into our 30 here. Let's see if we can hold this bid. Very important. We want to see strong secondary buyers start to try to step in here and show interest into these highs. They are trying. All right, Russell, what are you gonna do? This is 10 points from 30 so far. Just watching to see what we do now. Russell retesting our flip of pivot. ES into our highs off of our hold of our 67.68 that we talked about. Got our secondary buyer strong, stepped in at that flip of our 30. Continuing up. I'd like to see 55 on NQ. Everything so far going to plan. Taking off a little bit more risk from our 300. My average will be moving up to 330 soon. My offer flipped here. I'm out of my position at 330 now. Stopped. I'm just waiting. I don't know what happens here. So volatile. Looks like a reoffer and then continuation down to me so far, but we'll see. Bid's still sitting at 300. Offer holding. 155% tariffs come November 1st unless we make a deal, Trump just said. This is most likely a short. Watching our 30s. Anyone above 30 is now offsides. If this flips, we'll be playing this down for a push to 70, I think. Keeping an eye on it. It's stable right now. That wick low into 300 was good. We just need to see what happens here into 30. This is now shifted. I'm moving this now to here. This is where we look for our reoffer. If this is going to hold as resistance. I'm playing up this 30 to 40 until proven otherwise. First risk off here into 300, where our liquidity was last, off of 30. We flip this, then we go down. Just playing off of the tariff news and our lack of liquidity above. Nothing on ES here until we can flip below this. Still just the bid. Now turned into like a perfect. Trump is still speaking. There's the stream in chat. There's potential, right? But we still need to get below this 290, 300 and hold, right? It's still balance. You can play the short off of 30 to 40, but if that flips supportive again, then it's still the same trade. Just like this, the 300 to 290 is the same trade. But yeah, I agree. Definitely is the risk. I think if we flip the 290, 300, we go to 270. That's nothing about what I've thought has changed. We need that 30 to go supportive and actually hold, or we just trap above this 293 hold 70 for the VWAP reversion. 270 first target, and then below that would be reversion to 220 for the larger, the 15-minute VWAP at 200. And the same thing with ES. The 60, 64 needs to flip as resistance if we're going to go down, or this will just hold this bit. He said, not you. No, no hard questions, not you. Oh, you and everyone else, Kevin. So be careful, because if we can't get below this 300 and hold, then we're gonna squeeze up and not down. Be careful. Just balance right now. By far is crazy. Oh, I just talked. These reporters. Like the seagulls in Finding Nemo. Yeah, I agree. If I do anything. Just took off a little risk into 300 here from our 330. Watching to see if we can get below this and flip, or if we're going to do another rotation. I'm unsure. Ideally, what we do is we hold that these guys are off sides above. Right? The idea. And then we're rotating below for continuation down, lower highs. If we hold this low, we can't build below this. We're looking for rotations up, and then the flip, and then that, right? Like that's it. This is balance. Balance. We either hold this low and fail to build below, and then we take out these highs, untrapping these people, right? Or this offer remains, and then we rotate through. This then holds as resistance, continue downward. Until then, though, this is balance in between.
Trump on China and critical minerals says, I think China will come to the table.
Hundreds of $billions worth of true.
Trump says, I think China will make a deal with us.
Hey, new spots back. New 15s have opened. We're watching POC above is our offer for a lower into like 10 to 15 on it. You watch POC a previous candle here. See if our offer holds. If we can't get over this, right, then good sign that we downward. But bid is still very clearly here into 290, 300. We're just watching to see if offer now holds. Right. Right, we've done this full rotation. We're watching to see hold this low. Or if we can hold here and then rotate up.
Trump says, I've been invited to go to China, and I'm doing that early 2026.
Alright, Trump thing's done. Held our lows so far. Offer sitting at 320 and he bought 300s. This is a great first risk off as we push into this 15. We're watching to see if the offer holds a lower high here into the seller.
President Trump has ended his
We know it's
remarks at
wrong.
the Australia bilateral
Again,
meeting.
There is no more downside until we can flip this 290, and then the offer sticks as this 290-300 from the look below, in my opinion. Just like we have drawn out. Until then, it is balanced between these two areas. Same thing with ES. As long as this like 60-64 is holding, we can rotate up. If this can hold its offer from a look below and hold, then we can look down. We know where we're headed. But until then, we just need to see it. We need to see the sweep through and then the ability to hold. Russell still holding where we thought it would. Our ETH high today open, still holding as support, right? Our 30-second opening range. And resistance is just this VWAP to PO of. Very clear. It's not what we want to see exactly, but it is what we expect. Oh, get me out.
Good morning, traders. Everybody having a good Monday? No. What did you do, man?
Yo, what's up, man?
Hello.
Alright, I stepped away to grab water.
We're just talking about Grotto's life story, apparently.
Oh,
So you came back right at the perfect time. Looks like maybe I should trade RTY type of day.
yeah. I mean, until we break this, the rotations aren't terrible on NQ, but it's a little locked right now.
Yeah. We have one of those weird weeks with like no economic data really about like big earnings in the middle of the week, so it's like we just have a crappy beginning here.
Yeah, I mean, Trump's also.
Is he yapping?
Yeah, I mean that.
I saw the China
Yeah,
stuff, like
yeah. That's going to
potential
be
updates.
a big thing for a bit. We're back to the tariff volatility. Love that for us. Later, Kevin. Yeah, I just risked off a bit. Oh, see if we can get the flip, or if that's actually all we get. I still like 270 if we can get this. If we can hold here, then it's 293. Need a borb here.
Bank of America say risks of Fed balance sheet runoff in October are high.
Yeah, that's how I feel as well. Peace, man. Funny. $300 trying to flip supportive again from another 290 hold. See if we get this rotation back up. Yes, same thing. 64 to 60, still holding supportive, no change. Pivot maintaining. This should be your first risk off if you are playing off of the 300. There's no change in our balance, but this is where we expect our offer to be sitting, like we have drawn on our chart. This is the EOC to value high of this range, so we expect if our offer was going to be anywhere, that it would be trying to maintain this as a lower high, right? Why is Spectrum calling?
That'd be a good thing. Pretty decent sized two-sided trade in there. ES, the 669 area.
These people keep calling me because I refuse to plug in my stream box that came with my my router. They're like, you get Disney Plus for free. Like, why aren't you plugging it in? They're like, we're gonna call you twice a day until you activate it. Really? What was my feedback?
Oh, just that we could like kind of hear you talking.
Oh, you're good.
So it's just
If it was important, I would
mute it. Yeah,
gotcha.
I just didn't know if you were aware.
Yeah, no. They just keep spam calling me because I haven't activated my streaming box that came with my router. They're like, we're gonna call you. He just said it in the phone call. He's like, we're going to call you twice a day until you activate it or cancel.
Oh, great.
I was like, what? Leave me be, bro. Why do you care what I do with what I pay for?
Yeah.
You're missing out on HBO Max and Disney Plus. Okay? Yeah, like yeah, I'd send it back as well, if I could. But it's part of like the rent that I pay here. Can't change my plan. So I guess I plug it in.
The US and Australia are setting up a critical mineral supply security unit.
Oh my god. Be right back.
Minute and a half here till turn of hour. RTY value high test here. So ESNQ still in the same auction. Perfect. Thank you, man. Why have you been holding this down? Yeah, get off the offer. Yes, looking closer to top of range here. RTY through value high off the open. And the new hour. It should probably be able to get, RTY should be able to get up to 10s.
Oh, they were still here.
Yep.
I exited 2 from 300 while I was gone into our 15 to 20. I have 1 runner left just in case we can pop, but expectations are pretty low. That being said, good open of previous 15, holding POC of previous candle and moving up. But again, we need to see this pop over 30 to 40 for anything. Same thing on ES, 60 to 64, holding a supportive, retesting highs. This is a great first risk off. Other than that, not much to really talk about. Let's see what happens with Russell into our highs here from our pivot, like the path. Would need to see us over 12s to consider this continuation potential. Look to see if offer sits here into 30 to 40. I'm just gonna move over our bear pathing because there. We are going to just rotate in. And we need to flip 30 to 40 for the bid to start to get and rotate up 6. But pathing is pretty clear. It's just top of balance here. For ES enjoyers, pathing still holding, retesting highs. I think we can probably push to 80, but might need to retest 72. Watching Russell into our pivot here. And need to get over 12s.
You don't have too much major underlying position on these rotations up, so if you start to get some underlying in segment 2, maybe we can see some acceleration.
Yeah, I mean, we held where we needed to. We're
Yep.
gonna just continue trying to do this. We should know pretty quickly. I'm gonna move over to our Russell structure as a reference.
Should be 14 around.
Yeah, we either do it either 10-day or 14. It depends, but yeah, that's the most common. I've had a lot of success with 10 as
Something we don't do, because it would be a lot of work, but makes sense, would be if you're adjusting it personally, base it on like the current volatility,
Yeah.
maybe. But that would be impossible probably to actually code to auto update, so.
So at this point, you should just be in runners. If you're long from 300s, you should be mostly risked off until we can flip this and hold. It's also where you can start to try to develop out a short position if we're going to rotate back down. Your stop's above 40, and then you're looking for an offer to move below 30. I think it's a little premature on the short side, personally, unless you're willing to just have, 10, 15 points of risk on right now. Just trying to build a position here. You're probably in a much better position just waiting for this to flip back below and then offer here. Right? And then using this as your risk once we've actually gotten out of this. Because right now you're just fighting for a shift of balance up here in this high, right, between 40. And I don't know how long we're going to sit here and if we're going to take it out or not, right? But what we're watching for is, can our runners run above and start to get a secondary bid above 40s? Or does this fail, trapping these guys again here into these highs, and then do we then look below, reoffer for a lower high, and then continue down? The same as before, the top of balance. So we should see, if this is going to fail, that these guys become offsides, and then we play the reoffer of this area on retest for a continuation down, right? That would look something like. So again, it's a little premature, but we know that this is the top of balance. So what we'll be watching for is, can we then put in a lower high on retest, trapping these guys who are trying to bid shift value out of this structure. If they can't do it, right, then we continue. We rotate back down. If they can do it, then we look for this bid to then hold this 40, and then we continue up with our target being 80 for 40 points. So it's just a matter of, what do we do up here? Right? We held our lows. Now we need to hold our highs and break out. If we can't do that, then we rotate through again. Simple as that. Which is why I said this is, again, a great risk off, because it was still undecided, but we do know it's the top of balance. What is it? 114.
Just the perfect time for nothing to happen for the next 30 now, after we get a set up.
Yeah, I'm like debating if I just dip or if I chill for the potential break.
I think we should probably know pretty quickly, especially with this RTY look back in. Like, it's either gonna do something or get stuck.
I was watching some analysis on AI this week. Also doing right now, and it's projected that each video that Sora generates costs $5 to make.
Holy.
And they're trying to make an AI TikTok platform. And you have to think like one of every like 20 videos that's produced on Sora, on Sora, is actually good, right? Because you go through like all the drafts of like trying to actually create your content. So each one of those renders is $5 actual GPU cost for ChatGPT or for OpenAI. And so it's like, okay, well, what's the how do they make money off of this? Because like if you're trying to compete with TikTok gets their videos for free, right? People are posting for free. And so it's free money. They just pay advertisers, right? Like they just get advertisers and they get people to come on because they want to grow. But you can't grow if each video costs $5 to make and there's no reason for people to scroll indefinitely. So it's like there's never going to be a case where that is actually profitable. So the only reason that Sora exists is to keep OpenAI in the public space right now, right? Like, oh, look, they're developing, they're doing things, because that we were promised, AGI, and we're not getting that. So now you're getting slop talk, and that's just to keep OpenAI's name in the public sphere, right? So they're continuing to talk about it, but like it'll never be profitable.
Oh, we wanted AGI and instead we get slop talk. What a world.
Yeah. It's also projected that if basically like if these tech giants can't in the next 5 years basically quintuple their revenue that they're currently making, that the AI bubble burst because of the amount of money that they're spending. Right now they're basically spending, I think what was the we're spending every 3 months the same amount of money that was spent on the entirety of the Apollo project.
Hell yeah.
Like the entire moon. To the moon. We are now spending that every 3 months. The tech giants are spending that to try to get to AGI, and instead we're getting slop talk.
Give the people what they want. See?
Mm-hmm.
That's why you're in charge, Surf.
We'll look above. Let's see if we can hold it. If we get back below 30, most definitely. Or need to see a sustained bid now. Easy thing you can do here, for a fixed range on this. If this starts to hold as offer from a look below, that'll be our first signs we're running into. Right? What we want to see is a sustained bid now developing above this offers and then holds this. Then we can look rotation back through. That should be pretty obvious. I was reading a lot. I could try to find some and post them.
Little peek over on NQ there. Obviously, we hit 80. Yes, you do have your pocket 87. RTY is maintaining on value high, supportive. Still like no real speed.
Here's a write-up. Prefer to digest content instead of reading. But he basically just goes over that.
I'm not worried. They'll just keep making money by sharing exposure based on stock percentage owned. Just keep playing that game. And all the companies will just be fake.
Because it's on AWS.
Yeah, like everything's down, man. I think they added that this year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Got wiped out. Are they gonna reimburse or no? I mean, I guess it's kind of your problem for you.
I think people will reimburse anything. I feel like the only time you actually see that is when it's sim prop accounts and they try to act like the good guys. Like, no, we got it. We'll take care of it for you.
Because they've got no risk. It's
Yep.
all fake.
Yeah, they just push a button and reset the software.
Your numbers go back in the Excel spreadsheet.
Yep.
New 15s have opened, opening below POC and NQ, but at our point of interest. We're watching to see if this bid can step up and get back over 40, or if offer is going to maintain here and then rotate us back down to 15. Our ES went directly to target off of our pathing into our 80, 780. Watching to see now if we can build a higher low. Russell still sideways, so we're fully at the mercy of NQ. RTY is not doing shit. So if NQ can't get this bid here, then the market's kind of toast for right now with Russell flat. Then it's just, again, a reversion back down to this like 15 to 20. Another failure to look above and hold. We're back. Man, I made brownies yesterday, but I chopped up
Ooh.
frozen fruit and I just threw it in there. It made it so much better.
What fruit did you put in?
It was just like this like berry melody, but I just
Ooh.
chopped that up still frozen and threw it into the bake, and it made it like super gooey, delicious. Oh, God, insane. how easy that
The White
was.
House says the Pentagon is to invest in a gallium refinery in Western Australia. Furthermore, Australia to buy 1.2 billion in orbital unmanned vehicles, and the US secures more access for US beef in Australia. The White House says Australia funds to raise US investment to 1.44 trillion by 2035. The White House says Australian lunar rover to join NASA's Artemis. And the White House says the US and Australia intend to invest more than 3 billion in critical minerals projects in the next 6 months. Furthermore, the White House says Australia to invest $2 billion in US companies for its Joint Air Battle Management System. Australia to take Apache choppers in a $2.6 billion deal.
Market just not gonna move without Russell participation. Jesus. I'm gonna risk off 1 here in NQ into our highs into 50 from our hold of our pivot. Hopefully we get 55 and then we can rotate up to that 80. Or try and how do we needed to self-pathing. I'm out 2. I have 2 left. Again, unsure if we get the break now or if this is going to rotate again. We have a minute and 15 seconds until minute candles. I'm hoping that we get the continuation, but just taking off risk just in case this is going to rotate fully back to my average. The hell?
Cha-ching.
Holy. I mean, it's doing what we want. It's just the pace at which it is doing it is, you know. We don't see a dramatic bid here. 5. It's gotta be pretty clear.
5 minutes here until turn of hour. Hopefully we have some exciting action post lunch. If not, it's just Jover.
15 opening at POC of previous candle on both ES and on NQ. Watch for a directional here. Off a little risk here from the position that I've been building of it. As we push up, I just don't know if this is going to be our sweeper for downside or not. So from my long, I just want to make sure that I'm risking off a little as we sweeper that from the downside. Right? At this 45 to 51 is where I want to be risking off a little bit, just in case we get a lower high. Nothing has shifted. Pivot still maintaining. No look below and hold. Worry about, but again, want to be aware of potential seller. Russell starting to lead up. It's a good sign. If we can start to build here, this looks good for our upside move. If this fails, we'll have to look for here and then look below. As of right now, just want to be in my runners as long. Yes, still just we're just so reliant on NQ getting a large move. or any movement across the board. But with Russell starting to shift upwards, with NQ still maintaining price, looks good for continuing up. Just taking a little bit longer than I'd like. So again, just want to be risked off a little, just in case Russell loses momentum here again. I think if RTY loses momentum, that could be it for the move. Feels like it's like a now or never kind of thing coming up into that area. Russell can get this push and NQ can continue to build, then we get a little bit more excitement across the market. But if Russell starts to fizzle out here with NQ at our reoffer, that's when I think things can start to fade. Again, that's the only reason I want to risk off a little from our 30 area. And it got cold here so quick.
Yeah, it's been like, it's very iffy here. Like some days it feels cold, and then some days I'm just like dying. It's so hot. It's that weird, weird fall time of the year.
The heat on one day, AC on the next.
Yeah.
Kind of vibe.
That was like, man, it might have been last week, 2 weeks ago. I think Abby got home from work and she's like, I know it's chilly because you're wearing more than just boxers right now. I was like, yeah. True story. Yes, testing highs. You do have a pocket here at 83. It's like this little LVN on our higher time frame structure as well here, but
Oh my god. I just like risk off and then go live my life, or do I full on cope, hold for this rotation for another 30 points?
It's getting to the point up here where like I'm starting to get a little nervous that we're just gonna get the random sell side sweeper or Trump tweet.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
the structure still says up, but like I'm getting that
Yeah.
that anxiety in a way.
I mean, I've risked
It's
off
like
3 of my 4. I'm just holding 1. And it's like I'm either getting stopped out in a singular candle, or we're going to
Yeah.
target in an hour.
Yep.
Like I
True.
don't really know. Get me out of here. Why didn't I leave when you got on? What's wrong with me?
True. Based in factual.
Oh.
He's locked in, man.
NYMEX WTI crude November futures settle at $57.52 a barrel. That's down 2 cents or 0.03%. NYMEX gasoline November futures settle at around $1.83 a gallon. NYMEX diesel November futures settle at around $2.19 a gallon. NYMEX natural gas November futures settle at around $3.39.
And this has all the signs that curl over. Gross. All right, we'll look below here. Let's see if it can hold or if we trap. Very clear shift in our POs.
Brent crude futures settle at $61.01 a barrel, down 28 cents or 0.46%.
$40 to only 15s. Should decide here if this is going to hold or not. I think on open 15 with us looking below. I would love to see a full reversion to our 15 target like we were after U15's open and we reject here for this situation down. We'll have to see if it's crap and then back up, allowing for a new high, or if this is again first target is here, and then there we would just held our two. If we get below that, then we get our next target. Everything's lined up. This is back into our battle high we were trading. So we want to see this like checked pretty clear. First target again. Great target. We're back into balance. Off a little as we push down into this, and I'll be looking for that full rotation through our node. We don't see strong support here. And there it is, right? So here's our rotation through. Again, risking off as we push down. Failed the of talked about rotating through. Again, if we push below 290,300 and hold that offer, then we get more. Until then, though, as we push down, this just that D traded in first half of the day.
Really watch this 73 on ES if we come back through it, or if we do look under and it flips off for largest two-sided we've had in a while off an edge, candle edge.
So just a reminder, in 10 minutes' time, we're expecting comments from ECB's Nagel, who's participating in a roundtable discussion at the Centre for Global Economy and Business on a talk of how policymakers around the world view US economic policies.
Oh my god. All right. I mean, I don't.
5 minutes till final hour. We've done nothing.
Runners. This happens every Monday, and then the rest of the week, I'm like, okay, I'll see you guys later at 12 because of Monday every time. I'm like, all right, I'm done. Got my 2 trades.
Last week you didn't miss much. I think so. What is it? Let me review this. I think Tesla's Wednesday, and we have Netflix this week. And if that's Tuesday, then Thursday, Friday might be good afternoons.
I mean, don't get me wrong. Like, we've made money today. Nothing good, but my idea when I got on was good. Exactly what we thought was going to happen happened. Just it's taking forever. It is taking forever. See what happens here on reoffer of our bottom of bow. 40. Hold this on retest, or flip and then go. I really want to see if we're ever gonna flip over this. Not this offer. Same as before. Russell still sideways. No look below. I think my dog go out. She's freaking out. I'm gonna mute. Back. Currently, I'm.
Enjoy.
Surely expecting comments from ECB's Nagel.
Years ago when we first did it, yeah, a lot. Of course, that's for them. You want to know a little secret, Ty? I'll tell you a little secret, man. Well, that question. All right, here's a little secret. If you want essentially one-on-one, completely personalized trade reviews, just bring them to class. It is literally the same thing. RTY found some sellers with the lead. Really, we want to see a test in the high be like fast, aggressive, have some vigor, or else we're gonna have literally no shift. Underlying still really aren't reactive. Apple just sideways. Microsoft, Nvidia seeing low ranges. Garoto. Um, honestly, I'm gonna say no. Is Adrian here? He's gonna yell at me about that, but nope. Nope. No way? What do you mean, no way? Tell me why. All the past has proven is that you guys have zero ball knowledge, so I'm interested to see your opinion here. Why? Just cuz? Okay. That's your reason? Bro, that doesn't even. Alright. Zero. Zero knowledge here. These are some crazy takes, man. Bro, Barcelona is all injured. So far, not seeing that acceleration into our highs. 3 minutes here till new 15s. Just coming back, basically back down to lows of our previous auction before we had that little liquidity look at the right before our turn of hour. NQ is sitting deeper in structure and not really get back up into that auction as much as RTY did. TLDR essentially no shifts, but also not seeing really what we want for that oomph. As we come into our final 45s here.
All right. Looks like a full rotation of our little balance.
Yeah.
Good to see. Good to see.
It was a pretty decent failure at the highs, honestly.
Yep. I'm gonna take off a little here. Below. Still in this position. Stop is above 40. I mean, I've been short from 240 and then I took profits, and then I shorted again right before I left at 258. My stop's just sitting at 41. Star. Like the time, like Eastern, 258 Eastern.
That boomer brain. It's starting.
Man, I've just been short off of 25 to 40 area. This rotation down to because as soon as we're back in, like it's either we hold or we flip. Just adding boxes. And then from M and Q, I've been short since 240, 250. And That's from much higher the range. Cold outside. But like if you go in the sun, it's like the perfect temperature. But as soon as you're in the shade, it's like ice cold. It's crazy.
Yeah. I was like
ECB's
it
Nagel says
here
we can stay in
yesterday.
wait and see mode on rates.
I like had a jacket on and like it felt good, and then I like started working outside, like minimal, just moving around basically, and then I was just dying. But it was like too chilly to take it off. Like horrible.
Surely this isn't all it, right? Really. Russell's still flat. That's unlucky. So maybe it is all we get.
There's 73, like two-sided came in again in that zone on ES.
Yeah, I mean it's not the cleanest trading for me, Surf, but it's like you just kind of just stay in the position. That's kind of the trade. Nothing is shifted. Nothing's like invalidating. You know? But it's like to be expected rotation wise. Like, are there better places where I could have added? Yeah, definitely. I was walking my like, you know, be all right. Just recommend. Frodo is infiltrating my YouTube recommended.
No, it's over.
Just
It's
random
over.
Taylor Swift in between.
Time for a new account, dude. That's a start over angle for sure.
What are we doing?
Senator Thune says the Russia sanctions bill is postponed
that makes
until
sense.
Trump-Putin talks.
Everything else makes sense. But just that Taylor Swift, I have 0 listens on anything related. How much did she pay for her to be in my recommended? Ay, ay, ay.
Last 30 opened 2 minutes ago.
There's
Bye, my friend.
Fitch Ratings say rapid US non-bank loan growth raises risk of wider losses for banks.
All right, back to our highs. Let's see if offer holds or if we can flip. Well, I guess partial rotation. Our high is held into our mid now. This should be our first risk off. You are still playing this. We'll look for a bid here. If this fails, it's just full rotation back down. You want to see secondary buyers step in here if you're bullish and pop us back over this 30 to 40. 30 to 40 continues to maintain, then there's not much our offer from the seller still. And then rotating is RTY still flat, so not expecting anything. But our highs are high, and you know. Not much to
Highs
talk
be
about.
highin'.
Yeah. Lows be lowin' and our highs be highin'. I mean, there's not really much to do here, but are halfway, right? 15 points secured. Now it's just a matter of to get the four. I was here for the century, so
1 minute until we get the market on close imbalance.
Spike.
Market on close imbalance. The S&P 500 a buy side of 141 million. Nasdaq 100 a buy side of 573 million. Dow 30 a sell side of 211 million. Mag 7 a buy side of 164 million.
Offer still holding 30-40 so far. Let's see if we flip or if it maintains.
Same thing on ES towards 83. There's liquidity there. It's pretty weak on the push. Like there's a take and then just like nothing.
We need
That's the spirit. Yep. No, we're not back.
back to our 15 off another 30 to 40 offer. No change. Things that are interesting though: Russell diverging, holding 30-second opening range. This high. See if we can hold it for any sort of divergence, or if this is just going to reject again. Thing that going for us is that divergence. That being said, Russell could move on its own. Sideways. NQ could do nothing, and RTY could run into close technically. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm just still short off of 30 to 40 with buy above. If I get stopped, it's an immediate bid. Till then, it's this trade is just like too free. So until I get stopped off of it, it's just gonna be the same thing. Really hoping this Russell hold. The sign that we want to keep going. And that bit over, man. Oh, today is Diwali.
Well, there you go.
Full rotation. That is our balance rotation. 30 to 40 holding, rotation down into our 90 to 300, risk off, look to see if offer. Next target is 70. Below that, see this not just in here.
That was. Holy, I thought we had like 5 left.
So that's that.
Alright, guys. Well, I'm going to go eat some lunch, and I will see you guys in like 35 minutes for a very chill module today.
Hopefully some of you played our rotations that are labeled. I don't know. I mean, it's balance. You guys have a good one. It was not worth me sticking around. You could have just relied on my chart. Kind of fun, but at least the rotations played. Money was made, but kind of a boring day. I'll see you all tomorrow. I doubt I'm doing probably just morning to afternoon to like lunch, like usual. I don't know, these days don't feel worth. But regardless, I'll see you tomorrow. Peace.